I'm gonna get ready to go live. So, finally. Apparently I'm live now. Hi everyone, welcome to the Program in Progress channel. Hey everyone, so today I am doing a collaborative programming stream with Rachel Moosader. Check her out at the link in the screen there. youtube.com/LucyCamage. We're just going to be working on projects. We're working on two separate projects, but kind of side by side. So I'm going to be looking into using Svelte to implement a front end for MapWork, because my MapWork is using jQuery at the moment. It's very antiquated, so I'm just doing a little bit of prototyping to see whether I can use Svelte instead, which would be a nicer library to work with. And Rachel's working on a game called Don't Touch Your Face, which is all about the avoiding touching your face during our coronavirus pandemic. Where we are now. Okay, I'm all live now. Also, I have Rachel on Discord. Am I playing through your stream like my voice? Okay, if that's the case, I'll put you on as well on mine. So. Cool. Awesome. Right, there we go. Okay, well, like I said, I'll probably leave you on by default, but obviously at times we can just sort of fade in and out if like we have our own stuff to say. So. So yeah, you can hear Rachel on my stream.
Yes, and you can hear Mike on my stream.
Yep.
So we're both streaming at the same time, and hopefully it doesn't kill our respective internet.
Like Moosader, like Program in Progress. Well, now you've got them together.
Yeah, so we both know each other from the early days of YouTube. I don't know when YouTube actually launched, but back in the day of the 240p videos, a bunch of people would like post videos of their game programming projects. And that's basically how I met a lot of my internet friends, including Mike.
Yep, the way it was.
Yeah, and then at some point we got like widescreen videos and people started just posting videos as their jobs.
Yeah.
So.
Pressing mosaic. Have you seen my setup on my stream yet?
Oh no, let me.
If it looks alright. I actually haven't seen my own. Oh, it actually does not look that bad. I thought it was gonna look terrible. So.
There we go. We'll watch a stream from a stream.
Yeah. You just let me know if you can read the code. Does the code look?
I can read the code on your stream.
Hey, that's brilliant.
So okay, you have all of this set up, and then where did my OBS go? Is my OBS still running? I can't find it. Oh, it says my live stream went down. It must have crashed.
Oh, right.
I'll do that again. Oh.
See, the problem is I'm looking at your Discord screen share. So.
Yeah. Okay, so hopefully my stream is back up now.
Cool.
I don't know why it went down. I guess maybe OBS just crashed.
It has a tendency to do that.
Just all sorts of good technical times right now. I'm trying to open up the stream on my phone again so I can make sure it looks okay. Yes, right now the thumbnail is just a view of OBS or something. Just infinitely showing the screen. Woo! Whee! Okay. So Mike has a cool setup. He has his webcam on. I don't know if people want to look at me. Let's see. Okay. This is my view where you can kind of see my screen on the side and you can focus on Mike's screen. Here's a view where you can focus on my screen, which is me working, and then there's Mike's screen on the side. And then I also just messed up my stream chat view. There we go. Is this even the same stream though? I might have to open a different page because everything is perfect. I wonder if Streamlabs has a Linux port yet, because it would be handy to have some of those plugins. Okay, I got chat up again, but it's very kludgy. Okay, so you can watch us work from either of our streams if you would like. I guess since Mike is showing his face, I can show my face. Mike, are you still there?
Yep, I'm still here.
Okay.
I was just doing some tweaking.
Okay, I can add video capture device, USB webcam. Yay! Also, my room is kind of a mess. Please ignore. Here, I'll put this here so it doesn't look like I am Mike, and then we'll put the chat up there. And I just have a billion windows open, and it's all good. I like your hat, Mike.
Thanks. I really need a haircut, but now that I'm in here for 12 weeks, I'm just gonna let it grow and see what happens.
Yeah. Do you have like a? I guess is it like an electric razor? You could just buzz your hair.
I could definitely do that. Like I did that for my beard. So
Yeah. My hair has to grow it anyway, but all right. So I'm ready to work on game art.
and I'm ready to work on something.
Good luck with your. I'm trying to find where my chat window is. There it is. I could like try to share your chat window at the same time too, or something.
I don't worry about that too much. Like there's a lot of information between us going on, so just keep it as simple as you can. And like I said, I've got your video up in the corner there. I think that's probably enough, and also I've got your username so that people can check it out. So I think that should be okay.
I should add that too. Let's add more text. We'll add, and let me go to your thing. Can I just type in youtube.com/programmerinprogress to get to yours?
I think so. I think that's how old school my channel is.
Let's put this over here. That works, right? This is very, very polished. We're good.
Awesome.
Okay, so I'm gonna get started working on some hands. Now, I'm probably gonna make it so you can choose your hand color at the beginning of the game, but maybe I need to go find like a hand palette or like a skin tone palette thingy reference guide or something. So skin tones.
Okay, so let's begin. Okay, so my plan is to take my the work I've already done from MapWork and build a front end. So, because I already have an existing front end, let's fire that up. So we just do ourselves, yeah, we're in the correct directory.
first place, so there you go. It's okay. I wish I had some music to play to stream to, but everything always gets like flagged, so that's annoying.
Still trying to figure out this sound levels and everything. Okay, so anyway, yeah, so the idea is that we're gonna start the project. So npm run dev, so we can run locally. So what I've done here is used a bundler called parcel. And this allows us to bundle up all of the JavaScript, do various things like convert it from ES6, ES7 newer code to good old-fashioned JavaScript that'll run in older browsers. And also one thing it lets us do is have source mapped code, so we can debug the code using more modern JavaScript, even though the end product's going to be in the older JavaScript, so more compatible. And also we can do nice lean builds where all the dependencies are bundled into one file or one set of chunks of files. As you see here up in the corner there, Rachel's making her hand must not touch the face in her game. At least she's writing a JavaScript game as well, so that should be fun to see. This is just building here. Okay, and here is the editor. Oh, everything's laggy. There we go. Oh, I get used to this. There we go. We have the editor. Now this UI was built back in 2013. So these fields are of literally no consequence at all. So we just got the prototype. Because this is a prototype. I built this for this expo we had called Expertise at university. I had to tie a lot of loose ends up. Anything that was unfinished, I had to make it sort of crash proof. So here's the editor. Probably seen it a few times now if you've seen my channel. Good tile set. So my aim today is to re-implement this UI in front-end framework such as Svelte. So what we need to do is learn how to use Svelte and then try and build something. That's kind of the idea. So there's going to be a bit of time where I go through the Svelte tutorials and see whether I can figure it out. I have had one look at these tutorials before, but that's going to be the beginning of the stream. Looking at the tutorials again, trying to figure out where we start. I know for a fact that Parcel.js has a like out of the box compatibility with Svelte. I just need to look at the recipes. There we are, see? So what I'm going to do is create a new branch in my project and install all the plugins required, and then take it from there. So learn how to arrange these tabs. Is this set up? Okay, I just need it on. Hello.
Okay. I am not going to beatbox. That is not a skill that I have acquired.
Beatboxing? Oh, is that you in your chat?
Yeah, in my chat, sorry.
So at the
Open up your chat too.
I haven't even looked at my chat. Sorry, chat. There we go.
This is hello.
Yeah.
Until your stream went down.
Yeah. So just to explain to you, occasionally I've had to turn your audio off when I've been talking. So if I don't respond to things, it's just because I'm trying to explain stuff, and then I'm trying to also have both the streams kind of talking. So if I go quiet, just maybe just pop me a message or something, because I just getting used to the setup. That's all.
Yeah. Let's see.
So how are things going?
They're going all right. I'm just drawing a face right now. Yeah. And I'm just using like the pencil tool, so I don't have to worry about
Yeah.
repainting, refilling things.
So you know this guy or lady or whoever, is trying to prevent themselves from getting the dreaded virus. Do they have like several shots of like doing this, or if it hits them once, do they lose?
Do they what?
Like, do they get like several attempts to save themselves from this? You know how they're meant to like not touch their face, or does one face touch equal doom?
I have not decided that yet, but
I
it
think,
probably makes sense.
yeah, it's like how real do you want to get?
Yeah, maybe that'll be another option is realism. Just like you can immediately die if you touch your face.
Is it going to be like Doom, hurt me plenty?
Yeah.
Or you could be like, it's like easy mode is like I have plexiglass in front of me.
I like always want to mess with my glasses. And so I went to the grocery store the other day and it was like, can I not adjust my glasses?
Mm, I've been there. Been there, done that. Literally touch my glasses every day.
Okay, so here's one face.
Ah, the good old color key magenta.
Yeah, I'm just literally doing that so I can build out the sprite sheet.
I just remember there was like some people who would use cyan, and some people who would use magenta in the color keys.
Yeah, a lot of it was always magenta that we handled as transparent. Actually, these are touching. I don't want them to touch. That way I can't fill it as easily.
Okay. So that's what we are going to do. So I'm going to install the dependencies for Svelte. Before I do that, like a good programmer should, I'm going to. Oh, also I'm push talking. Sorry. See, now I'm getting confused here and talking to Rachel with the push talk down when I'm doing my own stuff. Sorry about that. Okay, so push talk is off now. Yeah, my single-threaded brain is just struggling to cope with all this multitasking. Okay. Okay, so take 3. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, so everyone can see, I'm going to create a new branch off of master. Where we have all the work that's been done on the MapWork project. I'm going to Git. If anybody's new to Git, you can create a new branch by saying git checkout and then putting the flag on. And then what I do is I usually create feature branches as part of the Git flow. So you have your master branch, and then you have your develop. Oh, but I'm actually breaking that rule at the moment. Interesting. Okay, tell lies. I have my master branch, and then I make my features off a master because I'm only one person working on the project. And then when the features are complete, I merge them back into master. However, I if I was working in a larger team, I would definitely use the develop branch. And if it was like multiple features being made by multiple people, you want to get a bit more granular with that kind of stuff. But for now, I'm just going to do a feature branch off of master. So we're going to call this branch prototype. Actually, maybe it's more of a topic branch. Yeah, let's not make this a feature. Let's make this a topic because we might completely drop this code if Svelte is a pain. So topic Svelte devise Svelte my MapWork. There we go. So now we have a new branch. Yeah. Oh, spammed insert. Yep, no, I understand. The way I'm going about it is push talk on Discord. You can define it. It's completely user definable. I use insert. Yeah, I can hear you. That's great. So yeah, I'm listening through Discord, so I can hear you when you push talk. I'm not listening to your stream. I'm guessing you're not listening to my stream. You're listening to me through Discord, so that way we can talk. But because so so the noise doesn't when we're talking back and forwards, it doesn't. Yeah, is that cool? Good. Yeah, that's because I hit insert while I was typing in the console. So it's free publicity. I can't hear you, so I think it's worked. Yes. Cool. Yeah, so I'm not gonna stream anywhere else at the moment, but yeah, Mix is just basically Microsoft owned version of Twitch, like their own stream service. I don't know what Picardo is. I think they're just saying stream in other places. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when I'm in Visual Studio Code, insert doesn't seem to change any of the code, but when I go into the console, it just it spams your copy paste buffer. The Windows noise. I think that was my Windows. You're on Linux, right? So oh, I've crashed my integrated terminal in Visual Studio Code by spamming insert too many times. It's a start, you know. Hooray! Okay. Right. Okay. So where were we? It should be a little bit more orderly now because we've both got push talk on. So yeah. Okay. So we have a branch, and it's called Topics Svelte My MapWork. Everything looks correct there. Yep. Cool. Great. So we're going to install these plugins. There we go. And then we make this terminal smaller. And we control B it. There we go. That's somewhat usable. So we're just going to npm install all these bundlers and everything, all these plugins for the bundler. Oh, there we go. So, all. Yeah, so the main aim today is to prototype using Svelte, a front-end library. Actually a language compiler. And the hood is very, very hands-on. Takes everything, all your UI code and your JavaScript, and sort of parses the whole thing into very, very simple JavaScript. So the way it makes a lot of performance cost savings is that when you do things like data binding and all kind of stuff, it doesn't use what's called a virtual DOM. So in JavaScript, you have a thing called a DOM, which is your document object model. It's the sort of the data structure that represents all of the elements on your HTML page. So things like your input boxes, your divs, everything. It's all in the DOM. And as JavaScript developers, what we do is we traverse the DOM and we get values out and put values into that DOM, and we add styles and take out styles, obviously via CSS, or we can by hand in the JavaScript set CSS values. So the dynamic behavior of web pages is carried out by manipulating the DOM. Now, back in the old days, back in 2013, when I was working on my MapWork project, we would create DOM objects manually and change DOM objects manually, and then insert them into the actual DOM, which would then re-render the page. We don't really do that anymore with new modern libraries such as Angular, Vue, React, Svelte. We mostly work with the underlying data, sort of the business logic, the modeling of our applications, and then we let the library do all of the difficult pushing of DOM elements and deleting and hiding of DOM elements. The library takes care of that usually. Now, with some libraries like React or Vue, they use what's called a virtual DOM, and that is essentially a second conceptual document object model that uses diffing. So you take what's already in the DOM at the moment and you look at what's changed between the two DOMs, and if anything's changed, then the actual DOM is updated with any changes. Now, Svelte sidesteps that, and it doesn't have a virtual DOM. It just has very, very lean JavaScript code that cuts down on the need to have a virtual DOM. And it's said by the writer of Svelte, Rich Harris, that that it's much more performant. So apparently as well, it's a really good. We've got some errors. Oh, looks like we've got some Windows related. Well, that isn't good, is it? Well, anyway, just to finish what I was saying, according to Rich Harris of writer of Svelte, he says there's lots of performance gains to be made by using this over something like React, and it's also meant to be an incredibly elegant language as a programmer to use, or elegant library to use with JavaScript. So we'll investigate that as well. And what's happened here? So we're on node 12. Seem to be having issues with that. When in doubt, nuke node modules. Well, let's go and let's find out how Rachel's doing. How's it going, Rachel? Oh. 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 Okay. Hello. How's it going?
Hey, all right. How are you doing?
Eh, great. I just crashed everything for a second there by hitting the insert key.
Well, good job.
Yeah. I might need to pick a more friendly key. I'm gonna try and use Alt-Gur.
I'm just using the tilde key, which is what I use in Overwatch, but then I have to make sure to not be in the text editor when I hit.
Yeah, that's the problem I'm having. I need to hit a friendly key that isn't gonna make the terminal go crazy. Ooh, okay. Can you hear me there, Rachel?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay, now I'm going with doing right control and right alt so that I can't like you can't do that accidentally. Nobody ever uses those keys.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make the terminal go crazy.
I'm just trying to remember how JavaScript works with its silly object style of thing.
Ah. I had to spend a lot of time unpicking lots and lots of code that I wrote turning them into like real classes because I use like fake classes back in the day,
Yeah.
and I use all these like fake module systems, and now I've had to turn them into like real modules because they exist now.
Oh, you can actually write classes in JavaScript now?
Yeah, you can, but usually you have to use like a transpiler to go from like ES6 ES7. It's called Babel, and it converts everything down to like non class stuff and non module stuff. So
Why are we so bad at making decent programming languages?
the
We as a human species.
the programming language has actually improved a lot. It's mainly that the browsers don't support the older syntax. So don't support the new syntax. I mean. Just all these problems I have to deal with every day.
That's why I hate being an actual software developer, but I do love teaching computer science because you're kind of like just you set up the problem domain and you write the code that they work with, so you can write good code.
Yeah, sounds like a good shout.
I need to find where I have my there's my event listener.
But yeah, if you've recently joined, we're just doing a collaborative programming stream. My friend Rachel Moosader, I've known for many years, is working on a JavaScript game, called "Don't Touch Your Face." It's all about not touching your face during the current predicament that we're in, and the main reason why all of us are inside. Also, PSA: if you have any lung problems, please stay inside. Like for the time being, please, because we don't want anybody to get ill. So, but on a bright note, I'm working on implementing in Svelte, which is a front end library, a new UI for MapWork. I'm quite new to this streaming format, so please bear with me. I'm, trying my best. I don't have any fancy graphics, but up here we have above me we have Rachel working away on "Don't Touch Your Face," and also we have a link to Rachel's YouTube channel, and then on the oh wow, this is actually around the right way. On the on the left side we have my code and my development tabs, and I really need to get a cup of tea. I'm gonna grab a cup now. I was hitting the insert key. I've changed keys, haven't I?
You had to change the key again?
Key thinking that I was hitting the new keys. I was just going to say that I'm going to grab a cuppa. Do you want one?
I already have a cup of coffee that's getting a bit low, but it's fine.
Oh, as long as you're well stocked up.
Yeah.
There's still coffee. I take it there weren't any coffee shortages.
I didn't go buy more coffee because we already had a couple things of coffee, so I didn't look. But that seems like something that might also sell.
Well, let's hope not. Well, we have more errors. Why do we have errors? My feeling is it's because we're using Node in Windows. Hmm. Windows Defender? Is it really Windows Defender? If this is Windows Defender, that's absolutely shoddy. Oh my god. Alright, just so everybody knows and gets context of what's happened here. I can't install certain NPM dependencies, potentially, because Windows Defender is stopping me from doing like renames and deletes of folders. I hope this isn't the case, because that's horrendous. I am offended if Windows Defender is the problem with this. Settings, illusion. What if I run this in admin mode? Let's try run this in administrator mode. Run code in admin mode. Like, you just shouldn't have to do this. Ridiculous. You'd never believe it. I normally use Mac OS at work and everything like that. So I'm not used to like gotchas of Windows. But if you use NPM, you like Windows Defender tries to stop you from installing dependencies, which is insane. Completely insane.
What's up?
Oh, I'm just ranting because Windows is getting in my way. I suppose you use Linux all the time, don't you? So you don't have to run on like weird Windows things. So hopefully, when we get this Windows Defender issue sorted, which I'm hoping will work, we're just going in admin mode. We'll get going again. This is insane. Time. Okay, so let's get back to this. Oh, it helps if I use the control key. So there's one thing that you'll get if you ever you work on Macs for your for work, but then you use Windows at home. You'll constantly click click the Windows key instead of control, and you do literally everything in Windows. Wow, this street's behind. Hey, it worked this time. Okay, so now we're installing the plugins. Parcel and parcel bundler. Let's give that a go. Seems a bit like there's going to be a conflict there. Everything works still. I think that this one's going to come into conflict with the new one that we're installing. Yeah, it's the same thing, same version. Let's see if everything's still running correctly. npm run dev. Nothing's in conflict now. Waiting for the app to build. Here we go. At least that's working. Right, okay, let's start diving into the code then. A little bit more wiggle room here as well. Right, so one of the dilemmas we have at the moment is everything is in one HTML file. This is not how things work in modern frameworks. We use components. In my old version of the project, we would literally show and hide each thing in the DOM. Everything exists in the DOM, is loaded, but is hidden or shown based on logic in the app. This is all done. I believe you have like data-driven apps, and then you have like code-driven, and this is very much code-driven. The jQuery has no awareness of the underlying data models that I've created. I mean, luckily by some miracle, I wrote data models. Maybe because I was from a non-web development background, I sort of brought the ideas from application development into JavaScript. So we have lots of nice models here. But yeah, no, this is control. This is script called the environment file, editor environment file, and it goes on for how many thousand lines? Yeah, 1,500 lines of just taking things out of the DOM, putting things in the DOM, listening for events, taking classes out, putting classes out. All this code is going to go. We're going to leave everything in state as it is, but gradually, when we build a new UI, we're going to take components and we're going to turn them into their own self-enclosed, encapsulated components. And we're going to do that today with Svelte. Hopefully. Hey, waving hand. Saw the waving hand. Saw the waving hand. It's like waving hands.
Yeah. I'm not seeing your screen anymore, Mike.
All right, you can't see my code. Yeah, it was a screen share, wasn't it? So it should show everything. Is it still missing? That's not even the code. Right. So tutorial time. Welcome to the. I just keep seeing the waving arm. Oh, I need to get that tea as well. Right, tea break time. I'm finally grabbing that tea. So if you say something, I can't reply for about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Back.
Welcome back. Oh no, hitting tilde on GIMP does something weird.
Oh, GIMP. Ah, I can see code. Ah, you got something working already. I have not.
Yeah, just drawing pictures to the screen.
Okay. So, what is Svelte? Svelte is a tool for building fast web applications, similar to a JavaScript framework such as React and Vue, which share a goal of making it easy to build slick interactive user interfaces. But there's a crucial difference. Svelte converts your app into ideal JavaScript build time, is what I was saying. It does away with virtual DOMs and all that kind of stuff, and it just writes JavaScript. Rather than interpreting your application code at runtime, this means you don't pay the performance cost of framework abstractions. And you don't incur a penalty when your app first loads. So, like in general, in terms of like front-end frameworks, Angular came along and changed the game a little bit. You had things like two-way binding going on. Like data binding in general was quite a big change about how you manage elements on your page using data. Previously, with just jQuery, you'd have to track like physical DOM events to make changes on apps. So, you know, click event happens, then you would change something on the page, and it would be up to you whether or not you bound the data to any action, like any one or more actions. But even then, you'd have to write the code to do the binding. So you'd have to have maybe a timeout or something that would check a value, which is quite expensive. But when Angular came along, it introduced the concept of data binding, where if one thing changes, track that change and do an action based on that change. Changing of data. Data changes, UI should change. You know, MVVM, model view, view model. So yeah. With Svelte, oh, and then came along React, and that changed things again. It was saying, you know, you only do one-way data binding, and the way that data binding is done with Svelte, sorry, with React, is you use a virtual DOM, which is a diff, as I said before. And now Svelte's saying, like, do away with all these abstractions. When the code's compiled, it's just very, very simple JavaScript. Data binding goes on at build time, or rather, the complex abstractions are turned into a very simple JavaScript. So when you run your app, there's no framework specific stuff in it. It's just compiled down to very, very simple JavaScript that does the job that you need it to do. Yeah, the idea is that you don't incur a penalty when your app first loads. You can build your entire app with Svelte. You can add it incrementally to an existing code base. That's our use case right there. We have an old app that's built with jQuery, and we want to gradually introduce I lose. I gradually introduce Svelte into my code base. You can also ship components to standalone packages that work anywhere without the overhead of a dependency on a conventional framework. Yeah, we got that basic understanding of CSS, HTML, and JavaScript. At least I hope so. Now I think what I'm going to do, just because I want to do something as quickly as possible, MVP, so that I can show you guys, gals, to get this work, is we'll go to our existing code here, and we can select a feature to re-implement using Svelte. I don't really want to re-implement this. I just simplify it. Moment. In fact, I want to get rid of this box for now. This box is irrelevant. Not needed. What should we do? You know what? Yeah, I'm just thinking. What should I do? How do we start this? How do we begin? Eventually, we want the whole thing to use a library. But what we're fighting up against here is this baked in, event listener laden code. Like, this is just horrible. It makes me cringe. Look at this code. I feel like as like a quick MVP proof of concept, we just try adding a new option. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is we just add a new thing here. We add it as a component, and yeah, okay. I know where I'm going to start. We're going to implement these links here as components, and I'm going to add a new one here, which probably does some dummy thing. Probably just outputs some console text or something, and does some data binding. We're gonna do something like that. Prove that we can add this to the existing app. A little bit of elevator music there. Da 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 da. And this is why I never get anything done, 'cause I just make bossa nova music when I should be working on something. Da 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 da. Well, out of my system. So, in Svelte, an application is composed of one or more components. A component is a reusable, self-contained block of code that encapsulates HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that belong together in a Svelte file. The Hello World example is in the code editor as a simple component. Let's start by building a HTML component in a Svelte file. Suppose in the next section we're going to learn Try to put that into our project. Out. All we need is data binding. Being constant to me. I just make my own words up. JavaScript, what's new? JavaScript, someone still loves you. Except that we use transpiler instead of using ugly, old-fashioned JavaScript. Right, so we need to make sure we're probably set up to use Svelte here. According to... Yeah, so we're doing that. Our code. Have a HTML file. Let's write our Svelte file for our UI. At the minute, everything's in a sort of a flat structure. I decided to keep everything like this just for simplicity. As in, when I was converting my components from old-fashioned prototype classes to real classes. Yeah, kept everything in the same logical structure, but I believe now we should move towards a more feature-based structure. So we're going to call this feature So, alright, maybe if I try and talk it out, let's speak it out. What am I trying to do here? Well, there. Ah! Sorry, this is just a slight note that I realise now that I can put stuff in the side of the window that isn't broadcasting, and then I can move it over. Good. And then we can just switch around the appropriate windows. So, maybe I've got to set OBS to do that. Anyway, yeah. So what we can do here is these menus are like when I envisaged them back in the day, they were meant to be fully responsive, i.e., work at any screen size if you adjust them. Everything's centered, centered vertically. And I want to make the menu on the left like permanent, and then the menu on the right contextual. The idea is that when you click that action there, those actions show up, and if there was additional actions, different things will show up here. So we need to factor that in at one point, and we'll have some kind of a model that unifies these two things. So I'll have something like a menu, top level menu model, which when that's selected, there'll be an awareness of that, and then it will show different things. For the time being, we're gonna, break it down to the extent that we're only gonna think about these menu items themselves, before we try an abstraction for the actual menus. So I think I've answered the question of what I want to call this. It's going to be menu item or menu link. Menu item, menu link, top level menu item, top level menu option, menu option, menu link, menu option, master menu option, global menu option. We'll just stick with menu option for now, and eventually we'll have a menu component, but we'll use menu option now for the time being. So let us create a folder called menu. Also, I need to look at my conventions for this, whether we use capitals or lowercase. they're using capitals, so let's do that. So we'll use the name menu item Svelte, and let us add Svelte to our Visual Studio. Probably going to need a restart. It's fine. Also, I've seen some Twitch channels where, I know they're not on Twitch, on YouTube, but where if we get a new subscriber, something special happens. If that does happen, I guess I'll hit my punch bag. I know. I'll drink a sip of tea. There we go, that's installed. It hasn't asked me to restart, that's interesting. But I think we need to. Oh, there's no like pretty icon for Svelte. Sucks. All that. I guess I can live without pretty icons. There should be one. There should be one. Okay, so we have our menu item.svelte. Where's our document? According to this, we can write scripts code. Scripts. Scripts, CSS, and markup. But I would like to know how we put a component in. Skip ahead in this a little bit because I want to see how it's. Now, when you have your line code, what your look at some examples. Like, yes, I get that. The entry point. Okay, let's go on the premise that there isn't, like, there's no concept of an entry point. Let's stick this code into my UI and just see what happens. Let's go a bit sort of like guerrilla about this and see what happens. That's in there. But how do you put components? Maybe I'm missing the point here. I need to see a full example of a Svelte app. Show me how it works. Svelte. And this is literally their markup in file. Okay. So does this mean that I got to take all of my code, put it into a Svelte file? Okay, let's give that a go. Let's give that a go. See how that works. So let's find their HTML. HTML. Because I've literally never done this before. I don't know if you can tell. I have bundle.js. I imagine that they build to a bundle. Taking bundle.js. Because that's the entry point, right? So how do you get your JavaScripty stuff when it's into this? How does that work? How on earth does that work? I thought it would be just as simple as wrapping it in. Call me old-fashioned, but I'm just looking for an index.html file. Like, that's lovely, app.svelte, but can I have an in? No, no, I'm gonna get through this. Not gonna complain. They're using rollup. I'm not gonna use rollup. I want to use. I would like to use parcel. This is a config file. This is a bit better. Is what I want. Time to get familiar with process of writing components. So they're using rollup. Okay. Import app.svelte from app. What now? App equals document.body. Props. Learn about props layer. Yeah. But how do I? Okay. All right. Let's do this and forget about our app for the moment. Let's put that on ice. This is normally where all the stuff is. Let us make a new file called app.svelte. That's app.svelte. And in app.svelte, I'm going to put h1 as hello world. Highly original. According to our docs here, should be able to write this. And oh, okay, that'll go in my entry point file. I understand that. So target. Oh yeah, okay. I think I'm with it now. What we'll do, just for a second, target document.body. So this is the HTML file. And what it's going to do, it's going to drop that component, that root component, into the document body, which is good. We want that. So what I think we need to do, take all of this and put it into the app file. I know this is completely an anti-pattern at the moment. I just want to see what I wanted. See, I'm an incremental steps kind of guy. You know, I like to try and get little things to work at a time. So what I'm going to do is, because I genuinely don't know how this works, and I'm learning as we're on the stream, as you might have been able to tell, is we're going to take all the stuff from the HTML file between the body tags, and we're going to put it into the app component because that Svelte component understands HTML. And what I'm hope happens is it'll try and do all of its JavaScript magic. It won't actually do any of it. It'll try, but there won't be anything to do, and it'll just output the app in the index.html. So let's try and test that theory. And then if that doesn't work, what we'll do, we'll delete the contents of the index.html, and we'll put hello world in there and try and do that. So everything from the body. We do this. Take everything. I'm expecting. Will it work? I don't know. This is the exciting part of programming. And do you know if anybody who's watching has ever you learn to program and you do those little things that seem so important, like that's where you're getting that dopamine hit. Not all this like complex stuff. It's when you move along in your progression, you like start to realize that you need to do bigger and bigger things to get the same buzz. So this is always the exciting phase where you don't know what you're doing, but then you get something to work. Oh, take this. We're in the app.svelte file. So far, so good. Doesn't like that, but that's because I don't think it'll crash. But we'll see. Is that a... I think that's more of a style thing. I mean, like, I get it, it's an accessibility thing, but I mean, just to get the app running, I'd not need it yet. Okay, that's in there. And now we write this in our root. Root job. Do all this magic as well. I think it's probably best to do that magic. To do this. I believe we're gonna, by doing this, creating a new app, Svelte, we're gonna attach to the document body and leave the props in. There we go. Yeah, we'll see what that does. For now, actually, I'm gonna oh. I think light to import the CSS. No, we'll leave that commented out for now. No, right, my brain's ticking over. We want that. Get from the original place. We want that. So this should give us a UI that works. And then we'll give this a go. A moment. So what am I trying to do here? Well, I'm trying to break down all of this. So essentially what I'm trying to achieve is I would like the menu to show, but I don't want any of the JavaScript to interfere with the new JavaScript. But I do want the styles to be rendered correctly. So I've included all the CSS in the old way, and I've instantiated the app, I think. Let's give it a go. No idea if this is going to work or not. Oh. Is this the terminal being weird again? But yeah, so I use Bash in Windows, and it always crashes in Visual Studio Code. Like, I understand that it isn't, native to. Oh, there we go. It isn't native to. Like, it's not like a Windows thing. It's like a port. But why does it always crash? Like, anytime you want to like terminate a process. Okay, this is what we've got. What we've got is diddly squat. Here's our error. Object scripture. That's their code. App equals new app. Apparently that didn't work. Go back to making it. There we go. Cannot be invoked with new. I have to export that. There's no like export or anything like that. Okay, I'm looking at the parcel Svelte plugin. let's follow this to the letter. So I need to make sure I've got the Babel polyfill installed. To do. There we go. We do not have the Babel polyfill. That's probably why it failed. It probably uses a different way of handling Babel, so I don't use Yarn. But you know what? I could use Yarn. Let's install Yarn. What is Yarn? Yarn is just an alternative to npm. It sits on top of npm. This is our package manager. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to install it globally. But like I said, you don't need to install Yarn in your project. You just need to have it globally so you can use it. I could have used npx as well to install it temporarily. But I want to follow that tutorial to the letter, so. I'll not beat around the bush. Ah, good stuff. Jolly good. Crikey. Does anybody here NPM's been bought by GitHub? That was a surprise. That means pretty much that NPM is going to be controlled by Microsoft. There you go.
Hey, Mike, do you hear me?
Yes, I do. Oh, yes, I do.
I'm not seeing any of your code. Like, you're not screen sharing anymore on Discord.
All right. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
I guess I go.
Hello? Hello? Net gone crazy.
How's your project going so far?
Well, it started off with like lots of frustration and such, but it's getting there now. It's actually starting to get something to work, I think. How's yours?
Cool. I just have. I'll share it here.
Yeah, sure.
So I have hotspots for them, so you can kind of like it can detect the distance between the face and the hand.
Oh wow.
And then I just have to get it to kind of react to that.
So, are you controlling the hand or the head? I'm just curious. Let's.
What?
Is like the face tracking the hand? Is that the and you have to try and keep the hand away from the face?
Yeah, at the moment the face follows the hand if the hand moves. I might change this up, or I'll also have different levels. So maybe the first level is just avoid the face as it gets closer to your hand, or it
Okay.
could be like your hand constantly moves towards your face. Maybe I'll do that first as the first level.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of a mixture, isn't it, of like human psychology of touching the face. So
Yeah, it's like I want to touch my face all the time.
I guess there's like certain like combos you could put in there as well, like the face palm, um, or the I don't know, like the itchy face, or there's lots of ways you could
Yeah, like
things
an
you could
itchy
simulate.
face meter.
Yeah, yeah. And like if you don't satisfy the itchy face meter, your hand moves quicker towards your face.
Yeah, but how would you itch your face without your hand?
Maybe you could have like distractions, and that could lower the itchy face meter. Like you do something else, like I don't know, touch the floor or a table or something. Like one of the things I've been using when I was out
Yeah.
was crossing my arms when I had the urge to touch my face.
Yeah.
There could be like little things you could do there to get the meter down. I don't know. Have you had any ideas?
For the rest of the game stuff?
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to like hear in during the stream. So I might have missed a few things.
Yeah, I was just debugging something because I had a copy paste error and I was wondering why my distance formula wasn't working.
All right.
So that's what I've been doing.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, so I'll work on like actual kind of level 1 game logic challenge. See, I can't even stop touching my face in the game. Like you just have to put your hand on your face. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Okie doke. What have I installed? I can't remember what was. Oh yeah, it was there. I've added all these packages, so I'm adding the packages. Um, and we've already done that. It's already thing. Already got that. I also import the script. Oh, they import the script already. Oh, and they have an ID. Oh, that's what it is. Yep. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So what I do? Right. So I think it's good practice to have that in Mac button pressing again. Windows. Like literally, your brain trains you to hit the Windows key instead of the Control key, because it's where Command is in Mac OS. So you put that there. You put a div in there. See, this is new. I know this is a similar thing you have to do in Vue and in React as well. So div ID equals app. And we're going to get element by ID. Oh, yeah, because it's got to select on an element, so it's got to be in the HTML. Yeah, target. Oh, yeah, so instead of targeting the body, you're going to document get element at ID. And that's going to mount the app for us. I'm creating a new app straight off the bat. Said we couldn't do that before, but I think that's because I didn't have the Babel polyfill. So now app equals new app, and there's data. All right, well let's not worry about the data yet. We don't need that. So let's do this without props.
I just realized like I didn't tweet about the stream because like PS4 automatically will tweet, then Streamlabs will let you tweet, but I never tweeted manually.
Yeah, you're too used to it. Yeah, because You could be classified now as a PS4 gaming streamer. You're in that clique, that community.
I have a Twitch, but I don't really use it.
I have a Twitch as well.
Not much.
It
seems like a different culture.
Yeah, totally. I found when I used Twitch, I got more of an audience, but the audience is a bit more kind of ephemeral. They'll just come on and leave and like pass by. Like if you're doing like a programming Twitch, the discoverability is a little bit better. But yeah, no, it makes it harder to serve your existing community in YouTube as well. So um, yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah. Oops.
At the minute, though, I'm just doing these for fun. I don't mind if people watch or not. Just kind of good to work on presentation skills and learn and be occupied. So,
Yeah.
I was saying earlier about how when you first start programming and like everything that you get working is like a massive thing. You're like, oh, I got Hello World to work, and oh, I got it to work. Because I'm saying,
Yeah, I see that a lot. Since I have students and stuff that I'm teaching.
yeah, no, totally. That's one of the great things, I guess, about working in education is seeing people have that moment.
Yeah. But then a disheartening thing is when there's like bad teachers or not very effective teachers or moody teachers, and you kind of have to undo the damage they do. Hey there, Vargoni.
Yeah, I've been there myself, like as a student. I think everybody has.
Yeah, I've definitely had my share of difficult uh, you just get a lot better at debugging things.
Hmm. I know that is. Oh, that's of it. Right, that hasn't worked. Ah, well, I got some stuff working. Hooray! It's not quite working as it did, but it's getting there.
You have a grid.
I do. So what I've done is I've taken my like vanilla JavaScript app, um, and I've tried to get Svelte to wrap it, and it isn't working exactly as I expect it to. But the fact that it's rendering is a good thing. So Hey. Breakpoint. Yeah, it just works now. Right. So
Nice.
now I can start adding the new functionality. So
That's pretty cool.
So did you hear that, everyone? I have successfully managed to drop the entire app as it is into a Svelte component. So the whole thing is one big Svelte component now. So what I've got to do now is try and implement a new Svelte component into this. And if I can get that to work, then I can stop breaking down existing parts of the system into components. So we've made some progress. Sorry, audience, just checking my texts. I'm such a bad streamer. You can edit all this out in videos. I'm sorry. Alright, so where are we then? Well, we are... Why am I recording this stream locally? Damn it. Yeah, so what we've got going now is all of our old-fashioned jQuery code and our old HTML is working within the context of a Svelte component. Which is a good start. Yeah, we've got all the old HTML in here. So what we want to be doing is very slowly, probably not too slowly, taking this code and turning it into components. But first thing I'm going to do is write a new component. And we're going to put it here. This is the left region, as it said. So I'm going to put a new Svelte component here. And it's going to be called a menu item. Write that in there. The way I see it is eventually we're going to have, should that be, yeah, we haven't created that yet. So eventually we're going to probably move this bit of code into a menu component. But for now, we're just going to import I've done this right. You know what? I need to stop going off script. We don't actually have a script. But follow this. Let's build a component. Now that we know how to do that, we can build components. Components? Components. Components. Maybe it's necessary. Nested.salt. See, I like this tutorial, but it would be nice if they showed this code in that code so I could see what the hell I'm doing. Group tags. Yeah. It obviously does auto magic to turn that into an importable class. So got a menu item.svelte. Just to test this, we'll do a paragraph tag. No, we'll do an A because it's closer to what it actually. World. Import a menu item. In our app.svelte, we're gonna script tags. And we're gonna import menu item from see what we got. Right, that's failed. Cannot resolve dependency. We've done everything correct. Well, we know the answer to that. I haven't done everything correctly because it hasn't worked. Nested from nested.svelte. Oh, game over screen. I just saw a game over screen.
Yeah, I implemented live, so the hand slowly drifts towards the face. If it's too close, then it restarts the level. And then if you touch the face too many times, you'll get a game over.
Cool. Okay. Rain's crashed. Blue screen. Cannot resolve dependency. Why can you not resolve? Scripts menu item dot maybe. Oh, menu item dot menu item. Did I really write that? I did. Brian's on autopilot. You see, usually I make all these mistakes on my own time. Nobody sees the stupid. There we go, it worked. What's doing? I think maybe it's to do with the CSS. I've obviously. That was a div. I guess it's a link that doesn't go anywhere. Just add a href to that, make sure. New item. Ash. Working as we expect. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So we've proven. So this is what we got done. We've made some progress. We've been able to put the existing app into Svelte component, container component, and we've been able to add a new component alongside the existing code. This is good. This means that we can start writing component behavior, or yeah, we can start thinking about component behavior, and then we can start
Hey,
porting.
Mike. So why are you making a game or your map editor in the web? I'm making my game here for the web because then people will actually play it.
That's a good idea. Sound reasoning. Well, my original project was meant to be a web-based map editor. I mean, it's what I knew from my work experience. And now the web has become so like the like latest standards of like things you can do in a web browser have
Like
expanded.
ubiquitous.
Yeah, it's ubiquitous, and before like web apps, had to be very simple and they had to rely on a lot of like server side code. But these days you can do a lot of things you would normally be able to do in a desktop app in a web app. So what I'm trying to do now is bring some of that functionality that would have only been possible in a desktop app into MapWork. Kind of further down the line, I want to do things like offline usage, and saving locally and loading locally, maps and stuff. So that I'm trying at the moment to get my app onto sort of a like a good footing to add those features. So that's my aim at the moment.
Yeah. And also, like, so I never ended up learning how to use a desktop based UI system or
Mm-hmm.
framework or anything. I know how to make web pages. And I guess I can make Android apps, but so those are the only types of UIs I know how to build.
That's a really good point. I remember back in the day, everybody was using Qt for their apps and stuff. I never learnt that. Did you use Swing in Java, and that was the worst thing I've ever used ever for making UIs. So yeah, no, making UIs in the web browser actually is really, if you use modern CSS, things like Flexbox or the grid layout, it's actually really pleasant to use. Old CSS was horrible, but like for laying out UIs, but like now it's yeah, it's great. Have you ever used
Yeah, and I'm
Flexbox?
so behind. Like, I no, I've used Bootstrap, and that's about the most
Mhm.
sophisticated. I know how to use Bootstrap and jQuery. I'm like stuck thoroughly like 8 years ago in technology for the.
Sure. If you another good one is Material UI. Most frameworks have a implementation of that, and that's basically everything that Google uses. You'll get like out the box very standard Google looking apps, but you can modify obviously everything after that. That's a pretty good starting point.
Yeah, I just don't really have much reason to build something UI based right now. When I want to program for fun, it's mostly just going to be games, and then I kind of just build my own little UI system for that.
Yeah, I think one like use case for the stuff you do is if you were to do something like multiplayer, you could have like admin consoles and stuff like that. That might be like a
Yeah, it's true.
project to kind of get yourself interested in it for, because yeah.
I was thinking of like using basic PHP and just setting up like a basic database and making a browser based like graphical game, but one where you like have to refresh the page refreshes every time you move and stuff, like very old style.
All
Like
right.
maybe a dungeon crawl in that style.
Hmm, that
Then
sounds
you can
cool.
see like other characters on the screen, but you like aren't moving asynchronously. You just all have to wait for the game state to.
I remember when you were doing a project with sockets before. Um, was it like Pick and Sticks Online? I think that was or Rorinth Online. Um, the web actually has sockets.
Yeah.
We have web sockets, and they're really fun to use in Node.js. That's another you might want to look into. Node.js is a really nice server-side language to use. It's like it has all the advantages of JavaScript, but it's because you got npm as well now. The libraries are really good, so that might be another thing to
Yeah.
look into.
But I can't compete with modern software developers, game developers, in their quality.
No, I can't. I can't really either. Like this is why I've probably laid less of the emphasis on game development and more on tool creation because that's kind of what I do anyway at work. So
Yeah. Though I could definitely compete with the quality of open source games in Linux. So,
yeah. Well, there's a niche there, you know. More people are using Linux these days. In fact, people are using Chrome
yep.
OS. You got those guys and gals who are doing Chrome OS. Like they want something to work in the browser, so and Linux. So.
Or even like Steam has Linux support for, whatever happens to run in there.
Yeah, they got really broad support for like OpenGL and I think it's like Vulkan, isn't it, as well? They use their graphics. So
I am so out of date on things.
happens to us. We specialize, you know. We do our own things. I can't keep up to date with everything as well. Mind you, people at work they're all stupidly up to date, so I always have to catch up. That's kind of one thing that's like a pro and a con of working in software development. You have all these people who all individually are looking up lots of stuff that they're interested in, and sometimes it's really hard to keep up with what they're talking about. So
Yeah, the thing that bugs me, or one of the things that bug me about software development, is always like, here's the tools you need to apply for this job. I'm like, I can learn things if I'm getting paid to learn it, like,
mm.
and I can ramp up really fast, but I'm not going to go pre-learn the technology just for one job.
Yeah, yeah, like that can happen. Like I fortunately haven't had that much of a problem with that. Like having worked where I am for like nearly it's like 4.5 years now. Like I just kind of learn the tech as I go along in the job I'm in. I haven't really had to for at least for 4 years, um, like l- like prepare to for another job and learn a library. But I do understand where you're coming from. Like you know, kind of very rapidly trying to learn something in order to get another job. So there's like I think sometimes an indicator of a good company is one which looks at your general aptitude and what you've done and like your skills rather than like saying oh if you don't know the specific library then we don't need you like it just like it doesn't
Yeah.
really work well like that. It's kind of like that's not how software development works. You have to have time to kind of onboard yourself with things and learn things. So you don't just hire a person who knows library X, so unless it's really really specialized. Like I can
Yeah, and even then, like if it's the basic object-oriented stuff, that's pretty standard. But
yeah, like for
I mean,
example,
job I had last year, I had to learn about microservices, but even that was like, okay, well, now I know this.
well, one thing that it was interesting, the company I worked at, the way I was recruited, they came along and they said, do you know Angular JS? And I said I don't. And they said, well, okay, we'll set you for a week. We'll give you a technical test where you just demonstrate some basic AngularJS skills, and do good things like get extra points for using Git and deploying things to Heroku, something like that. And bearing in mind, I'd never deployed an app to like a managed platform, and I'd never I was using a little bit of Git, but I'd never used Angular, or had very basic knowledge of it. But they gave me enough time to just give it a go, and then I was assessed on that, and I kind of over the week, because I didn't feel pressured to like be an expert in the things they were trying to like they wanted from us. Um, I actually grew as a developer in that week because the pressure was only on getting something built. Um, but like I wasn't like given like a lot of pressure to learn all that stuff really quickly. It was just kind of do what you can, and I actually exceeded what the sort of really basic criteria they wanted, and that felt really good. So I kind of liked the way they did that. And it wasn't like a hard like you must know this stuff before we even consider you. It was like a give it a go, and then we'll assess you based on that, which I think is a good attitude, a good way to do things.
I had one company give a coding test that I had like I don't know a week on or something too, but it was like write a tic tac toe game where you play against AI and the AI always wins or something.
Mm.
And I'm like, you're a freaking media company. Why do I need to do tic tac toe? I did it in JavaScript. And then like it was using Python and Django, and I was like, I am in over my head here.
Once I applied for a company down in London, and they gave me a technical test, and it was essentially a JavaScript project, and what they wanted me to do was basically rewrite a part of jQuery's selector engine, like, and I did it. I actually did it. Like, I had a set of tests, and I had to get all the tests to pass. So it was like, all right, re-implement IE selectors, yeah, re-implement classes, re-implement like all that kind of stuff when you're using jQuery, which I thought was a really nice like technical test. Passed it all, and it had to work in all the different in the older browsers, so I couldn't like cheat and use Query Selector all or anything, which didn't work in IE at the time. But then I went for the job interview, and then I got this like ex Google guy. It was like interviewing us, and he had like absolutely no like tact or anything. He was just like, "Oh, okay, here's a board," and then he like really esoterically said, like explain this problem, and he was like, just write a solution, and I just couldn't. I was too nervous. I'll always stick with
Yeah.
this. I don't do well in those interviews.
With Amazon, it was like reverse traverse this tree or some dumb stuff, and
Yeah.
write a bitmap mask for this chessboard.
Yeah, you gotta love those kind of tests and stuff. Um yeah, oh man, it's just I hate as well when you try to apply for somewhere and they're really opaque about what you're actually gonna do on the job. That's the worst things. Like, what am I actually gonna do when I start this job?
Yeah.
That's always a red flag for me. Like the job that I'm doing now, like said they were like very upfront. You're gonna do Angular, you know, or at least you're gonna start by doing Angular, and then, if you do other stuff, it's something where you're not gonna be expected to know it straight away, which is great. And frankly, as well, the company that I've worked for, they've really like built my skill set way up because they've just included us in things. So I've done like bits of back end development and stuff, and they have an awareness of when you don't know something, um, you get time to learn, which is good. So I'm quite happy.
In my chat, one of my friends said, I feel like an alien during interviews, bad social anxiety. I'm like,
Mm.
yeah, I mean, not even, I don't really have a problem talking to the people. It's when it's like goes on forever and they keep asking like all these freaking questions, and you're just like, I'm tired. I don't usually just verbally answer programming questions for 3 freaking hours.
Mm. Yeah, no, that's true. It's very tiring to go through those interviews. Fortunately, I haven't had to go through that many of them. I've had one really bad one, and that was it really. So I, I totally understand. I think a lot of us feel the same way. So
There was one though that they tried to ask me the fizz buzz question, and then they were impressed because I already knew it. I was like, who are you guys?
yeah, I don't think you can blame them too much when their main. I don't know the background of this, but you know, you work for a company where development isn't their main like what's the word? It isn't like a development house. There's like a company that needs a developer. Like I kind of understand that. I've been in that situation where the company were doing engineering, and like I was kind of catering more to like the office staff's needs. And that was a very sort of simple interview that I went to there, and they were lovely. Those people actually. Um, you know that I kind of had that kind of a situation what you just described because they weren't really au fait with hiring developers, um, which is fine. They were a really good. They were also a really good company as well. Um, but yeah, I think you get into that situation where development isn't the primary goal of the company. Um, and it can go both ways as well. Sometimes it can be good in that situation and bad because sometimes they don't understand the needs of a developer, but then on the other hand, sometimes they're more accepting as well of their own like misunderstandings. But it just depends really, company by company. So
Yeah, I kind of like would want to work at a place where I'm the only programmer for like a small company, and then it's just like, oh, you need me to solve problems? I'll do it the way I want.
that's interesting. I was in that kind of situation when I worked as an engineering company. Like I was the only developer, so they put a lot of trust in what I was doing. But I already wanted more experience working with other developers because I hadn't really worked with any other developers. So I left that company, and now well, a couple of companies later, I'm where I am now. So where I have there's like a lot of collaboration. So there's definitely pros and cons of working with other developers.
Yeah, just I have not had much good experience with working professionally, except at like one, maybe two places out of, I don't know. I like start a new job every 6 months, except teaching I've done for like 5 years now.
Yeah, like obviously since I know you for quite a while, I know you've been like there's been various sort of like educational learning jobs. I'm always surprised by how many jobs you seem to juggle at the same time. Like I've only ever had one job at a time. Must be quite difficult to manage. Like all the jobs part time.
Yeah, well, with like teaching, especially like as an adjunct, and you kind of get like just the leftover class times, like it's not the standard 9 to 5 job, but I prefer that. I don't like having to work a specific schedule. I like, here, I have to be in class for this time, and then I can do my work all the other whatever.
That's cool. I mean, if that's your thing, like I can see the upsides to that. Um, I like working like set hours. I just would prefer to have the hours later and at home. So
Yeah,
and
I don't think in the morning. Like, I
no,
need,
totally agree. I
and I don't know how many people naturally work like that, but I don't think it's many.
yeah, I don't like. This is the thing. I don't see the reason as well why we have to do that. Like in the profession I'm in, when we're developers working with developers, like I think there can be flexibility. Like I would totally work later, and also again from home as much as possible if that was what was offered. So, which is kind of the case at the moment, the given situation. So,
Yeah. And even my cousin, she like isn't a programmer, but she works at a computer
mhm.
and working with software and stuff. And now she's working from home and like she's just so much happier. So for those of us who have the privilege and the ability to work from home, it's been.
Yeah, like I'm hearing this from a lot of people. Like the genie is out the bottle. I don't know what's gonna happen. Like when this is all over, I feel like a lot of people are going to be asking to do more remote time, which is going to be interesting.
Yeah, and even like I have messaged companies and been like, "Do you hire remote?" And they're like, "No." I'm like, "I am not moving to California."
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. It sounds well. You don't. You get kind of stuck on a bit of a treadmill in California. You get paid high wages, but then your accommodation's high, and there's other downsides. Same in London as well. Like you have all those problems in London as well. So
Yeah.
like where I live, you can totally afford property. Like and the wages for a developer are pretty good as long as you shop around a little bit. Like if you just go for the first place that you get offered a job in around here, you know you're probably not going to get a good wage, but if you are well connected or and demonstrate your skills, the pay's still pretty good here, relative to the like median income in the area and the prices of property and stuff like that. So
Yeah. And
like
in Kansas, it's pretty cheap over here too.
mm, yeah, like there's massive like differences in there across the US based on where you live, the costs. So I know the trendy place a lot of people are moving to is Texas, like Houston and stuff, isn't it? Where a lot of people are moving, from what I've heard. Mostly streamers.
Yeah.
It's like developers go to California, streamers move to Houston. Um, isn't Washington really popular as well for developers, like Seattle and stuff?
Yeah. Amazon's in Seattle, Valve's in Seattle.
Yeah.
I was originally born in Washington, but we moved to Missouri when I was like 12.
All right. Quite a distance. Yeah, it's a big place, America. That's for sure. We're just in little Britain, so
Yeah.
but like one thing that's kind of crazy is parts of Britain are like very different, like in terms of like there's different like cultural attitudes and stuff. It's kind of interesting. And then of course we have different like countries within Britain as well. So like Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland. That's another kettle of fish. So
Yeah. For me, it's like we're in Kansas City, kind of in the middle of the country. You can only get to a different, like, biggish city if you drive 3 hours in
mm,
any direction. And like west, southwest is like Wichita, east is St. Louis, and all of that. This is like 4 hours away.
yeah, we kind of have like the like mini version of that problem, where I am up in the northeast, and car you do normally have to take car journeys to get to bigger cities. Um, it takes about 2 hours to get to York, and about 2 hours to get to Leeds, 2.5 hours to get to Manchester. Yeah, 2 hours to get to Scotland. We're basically 2 hours in car away from big cities. It's about an hour on the bus to get to Newcastle. Um, so it's like it's not as big of a problem as like being out in the Midwest. Is it the Midwest you're in? Um, but same kind of problem, but shrunk down a little bit, scale down.
Yeah.
Mind you, I kind of would not want to be in London at the moment with the current situation they got going on. All the tubes are off. That's like one of the massive benefits of being in London is being able to get on the tube and travel around London really easily. That's all down at the moment for obvious reasons, and everybody's so like densely packed up there as well. Um, common thing when you're a graduate.
You're
Mm-hmm.
breaking up a little.
A little bit, yeah. You too. How is it now?
Now I can hear you. The last thing I heard clearly was can travel around London.
Oh yeah, so on the tube, like it's really easy to travel around London usually, but like they're down at the moment, so like because of what's happening. So
Yeah.
and as well in London, a lot of graduates, for example, they move out of like the rest of the country and go down to London for like like jobs and stuff. And a lot of the time when you do that, people tend to share houses and stuff. So there's a lot of people who live very close together. So that's kind of bad.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, like, it's always kind of felt like society's built around kind of like the opposite of how I'm comfortable
Yeah.
as just an introverted person.
Mm.
With work and school and just kind of how everything is. And then like now everyone is kind of having to like adjust to more of where my comfort zone is. That's like terrible.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Um, I've tried to be because obviously I've had to look after myself with my condition. Um, I've tried to be a bit kind of like softly when I was trying to see whether I could work remotely and stuff. Unfortunately, just the company got ahead of me. But like that's kind of how I felt. I've been like, um, you know, saying I've been seeing people trying to adjust to what I would be more comfortable with anyway. So obviously it'd be nice to go outside now and then, which I can't do at the moment. But I hear. Are you still there? Or was it cut out again?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, cool. I just want to make sure.
I'm just looking for where I broke my code because
Oh,
I broke something in the JavaScript, and so everything is broken.
cool. I've also broken some stuff. Some images are no longer loading. I think my CPU's struggling.
I'm also very aware that I am touching my face while I program.
No, don't do it. That's interesting. The images are loading, but they're not rendering. I think it's because previously the bundler would go through. Hmm. Hmm. Can't open it. I'm gonna have to look into that. That's why is that happening? I know why it isn't happening with these. They're mapped. Oh, they're in. Yeah, right. These are in CSS. These are images. It's interesting though. I think I'm probably gonna like change those to use CSS instead of like nothing. Image tags, like no, they're just flaky these days. Like there's been a few different things that I've used, like different projects, and when you start using bundlers, statically serving images and image tags just seems to always be the thing that breaks. Right, noted. I will fix that. I'd like to push ahead with trying to reproduce these components, so I want to take this functionality and yeah. I was just thinking maybe we should start a programmers podcast.
What's wrong? Is something not working?
I know, just we were just chatting before. I was like, it's kind of like podcast format. You can turn it into like a thing.
Yeah.
I could be like, why you should go into software development, and you can be like, why you should go
One
into.
of my friends asked, "Are you going to submit this to the coronavirus game jam?" I did not know there was a coronavirus game jam.
You should if it's something. Get some eyes on it, you know. It's alright, you've said it in a YouTube video now, the words coronavirus game jam. So if anybody goes, you didn't do that, you can just say in the video. This is definitely the reason why I did this.
Let me see if is the game jam on itch.io. I don't know. That's what I'm gonna look up. I don't usually participate in game jams because I don't like time limits.
Well, that's funny you should say that. I remember when you used to do your competitions. Um, that really motivated me when we did that procedural and random generation one. Um,
Yeah,
I
the competitions were good, but I made them like a month long, so I don't know.
yeah, I don't like doing things in like a day. Like we have a lot of these things where I work. We have like some of them are like official work related things where you have to go away and build something, and some of them are like more for fun and just like if we get something out of it, like make discoveries out of it, it's a bonus. And those I do tend to struggle with because I need a little bit more time kind of figure stuff out. So
Yeah. I do have the archives of those game dev competition website files somewhere.
Well, I've got mine because I put Rebound up on GitHub, so it's so essentially, yeah, that'll be my entry. I remember when it came right to the end of the competition, and it was time to like make a video about all the games. I got a terrible case of the flu, so I couldn't comment on all the games. I had to just sort of play them with no sound.
Yeah, I miss I miss those games. It was always fun to like see everyone's work afterwards, and I still think of a lot of those games just as inspiration for things that I make.
Yeah, there was some really cool stuff.
Man, my internet is so freaking slow.
What was that one? It was like the unintuitive physics competition, and there was that one where the guy kept going upside down and stuff. Like like that was a really good one. I remember it.
You're cutting out again.
Am
Can I
I
keep going upside down?
am I okay now?
Yeah, I guess.
Right. There was like an unintuitive physics one where I think you had like a rope.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really good. That was like indie quality.
Yeah, some of those are really good.
And I thought,
All of the Moosader competition games were really good.
mm. Do you know as well? Like some of the games that were on there were really good, but you could see as well like they were like a good like germ of an idea, and if they'd have had a little bit more time, it would have been even better. Like I remember that Survival Island one was quite good, but it just needed a little bit more content, I think.
Yeah. I'm trying to open up the web page, but my internet is just not happy with me.
Yeah, I'll have to dust off the old rebound code at one point, and it's got like proper state management and everything, and it's gonna have to do a bit more C++ at one point. Those were the days.
Yeah.
I kind of feel in general that because of all these like refined web apps now, like a lot of the like quirky fun stuff on the internet's kind of gone by the wayside. So
Yeah. Especially since like I mean in general, since Flash isn't around, people aren't experimenting with that to make games anymore.
that's true. I remember there was quite a large animation community as well, and as those people have grown up and gone on, obviously now they're working professionally, but you don't see a lot of like Flash animations made by like teenagers anymore. So because obviously Flash gone. So
Yeah. My old Flash animations.
yeah, that's like one generation that we're in, where like we're never gonna get that again, which is really sad.
What is retired?
Like Flash animators and like people who just make like stuff with Flash, like that just isn't a thing anymore. Like all the, like I always see like a lot of the older animators have gone on to work professionally, but I don't see like people making those anymore, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I might just be out of the loop.
Though
But
like I don't know. Like I watched a stream where like if you are familiar with the Game Grumps and like Ross from that, I watched a stream where he was working on his latest video as an animation. But like for me, I don't even know what to animate with anymore.
I know a lot of people use like Toon Boom now. I think it is. That's like professional. Some people still use Flash.
Yeah, I still have a very old copy of Flash.
There's nothing really stopping you doing it if you can run it in compatibility mode. Just it's kind of a dying art, you know. If I'm being honest, I've never like had any like artistic talent for like drawing and stuff. So I've been more kind of like a consumer of animation rather than a producer. So mind you, I remember when I was just getting interested in learning about programming, like reading books and being like, "Oh, you have to buy a compiler." Like
Yeah.
it was like, "Oh, if you want to compile C++, you got to buy a Borland compiler."
Yeah, or my stepdad bought us a basic book and it had like a floppy disk that we didn't have the really big floppy disk drive. So we had to go somewhere to get it converted to a small floppy disk.
Yeah.
And then we used that to install
Yep. Remember stuff that used to come on discs, CDs, like go visiting C++.com.
or I spent a lot of time at allegro.cc playing games off of that.
I used to spend loads of time on it. Lazy Foo, like yeah,
Yeah. And I have donations to Lazy Food.
yeah. Oh, those were the days.
We're old. We're old people.
We are. We totally are. This is the thing, like all these like Zoomers and stuff, like just making apps like out of.
Yep, Lazy Foo still has the list of donations going back till 2005.
Do you know he still? I don't use Twitter, Facebook anymore, but the last time I did, he still thanks people for the donations on there, I believe.
Um, we should just like make text-based games. We should just say screw graphics.
That's very what's the word? Uh, Game dev tycoon, like you know, it's like just never go above the first technology and just keep everything
Yeah,
text.
did you watch my Game Dev Tycoon? Or
I did.
yeah, like when I play that, I'm always like, we're just gonna stick with like the 2D games or text adventures, and this is making enough money. We don't need to chase the consoles.
Yeah, I've never actually played Game Dev Tycoon, but I watched it on a Vine Source Joel, like his stuff, and it was quite funny when he did that as well. So that's how I found out about that game.
I know I have the game dev competition pages somewhere. I just don't know where.
Yeah, to be fair, like I think your site changed quite a lot of times, didn't it? And um, you definitely had a
Yeah,
there was definitely a version of your site that had the archive. I remember it. It was like you had your like was it code bin, your like legacy code bin, and then
it was what?
you had this like section for all your old code. It was like and it had like a picture of a bin. Remember that? And then you had your competition section. It was like a long time back. I think your old one had like Attack of the Killer Lawnmowers. I remember that being one.
Yeah, I have screenshots of some of my old website builds, but Again, my internet's very slow.
Mm. Okay.
I've been thinking about updating my website again, but probably have to stick with WordPress.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I know the thing that's popular these days is static site generators. So that might be an option where you can, like, usually it's like some kind of like framework based thing. It was like a CLI, and you can usually like generate new pages, and then just add content. That's the thing that people are doing these days. It's kind of an alternative to WordPress, but it's a little bit more programmer involved, but not like full on programming. So
Yeah. See here on I like archived some pictures of my old site. I think I'm sharing it right now on the Discord.
yeah, yeah, I can see. Like this is bringing like lots of memories back.
Check out this Firefox web browser and frames.
Yeah, I remember checking out the the new. I used to do a lot of website updates, so I used to check them out. It was like, oh, that was cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know any.
This is the one where I learned how to do like new windows opening up, and I had these go in new windows, and it was terrible.
I didn't have any like web development knowledge until about 2010. So like this was all quite a big novelty. I was like, wow, look at this. A lot of them times. So.
This was my ASP.NET MVC version of the web page, which was such a pain in the butt to maintain.
Yeah,
That's why
I
I got rid
remember.
of it.
I remember when you were like really enthusiastic about that and explaining all that, and then it just went quiet.
I had so many plans.
Yeah.
I do still really like the style of these old pages, though.
Yeah, they've held up.
Like, if I had to go back, I would maybe make it like, well, no, this is like a frame with hidden stuff. I don't really like that as a web style. But I like the sidebar. The sidebar is really good.
Hmm. I remember when you did your Final Fantasy type UI thing. That was kind of cool. Like
Yeah. Oh,
JRPG
wait, here it is.
style.
I was really proud of this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess technically I do have time to update websites now, but I don't know. I kind of want to like just build it out and like leave stuff alone so it
Mm.
just is there for archival purposes.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
If you when you do go back to building websites and stuff, like Flexbox makes it a lot easier to do web development these days. Like Flexbox is awesome. It takes so much of the pain out of like writing web pages. Like you wouldn't even believe it compared to the way you used to have to like floats and all that kind of stuff.
yeah.
And it's not that hard to learn as well. It's actually like really like intuitive.
Is this page not published? Because I found here, am I not in the same screen share? So here's the competition page. It says preview. Do I just? Because I want to share the page. There, okay. I'm going to put this in the stream as the description.
You push to talk as they're filling the search box up.
Yeah.
I laugh, but the only reason why I laugh is because I did the same thing and crashed everything. Yeah, you know what? This site you've got going on there is pretty clean. Like it's it looks nice. Right, so stream. Hello, stream. Um, so what I'm gonna do now is I want to move over these. I want to move over these button components into. Like they're not really components. That's the problem. They're just HTML elements. I want to give them their own component type. So let's do it. First things first. Let us take the markup from the main app.svelte. We have ribbon item here. Let's take.
I'm sure most of these
Okay.
downloads are do not work for the competitions, but oh crap.
Yeah. We can take one of these items here.
I need to fix these.
One thing I'm gonna have to learn is the conventions of
This page works.
scope style and that kind of stuff. But now, if we go to, see, that's progress. I think that the icon is being determined based on this ID here, or this class. So what we can do is we can add props that will change which icon's shown. And then we can encapsulate everything into this, including code. I'll have our code. And our styles. I believe we can do lang equals SCSS. I think that'll work out the box. Let's try it. Let's override, just for sake of argument. Right item. Actually, no. Let's make a new one. Let's call it blah. Let's make it's good though. This spell is obviously being parsed correctly here, because it's not saying don't put CSS here. It's saying use the selector. Try that for the sake of argument. The rebundling disappears. That's what we wanted to happen. Let us make the color red. It's refreshing itself. Foster hover state. blue. Ribbon item hover. Let's go here. Right. Doesn't seem to be evaluating this as. I'm going to find out about this. Can I use SAS in Svelte? Hmm. There we go. So we do need to do a little bit of config. Alright, so I should probably speak out what I've been searching for there. So essentially, I would like to use SAS, SCSS, which is a more like it's a superset of CSS, and it allows us to nest controllers, to nest classes and what have you. Now I was able to do this in Parcel, which is my bundler, and I still can, but I have to add a thing called Svelte preprocess and make a Svelte config file. That's like a special thing that I've got to do to make this work. So that's what I'm going to do now. So let's leave that as that, and then leave. I've got to make a Svelte.config.js.
I am going to make a sandwich really quick. I'm going to leave my stream capturing your stream on YouTube until I get back.
Okie doke. I'm probably going to do the same soon anyway. We'll alternate.
Could you mute yourself on Discord until I get back? That way it's just your stream.
Yep. No problem. Right, yes. Yep. Cool. So you should be able to hear me now. Svelte.config. Svelte preprocess. Why is Svelte preprocess? We need to install that. New bash terminal. You probably want to restart as well after that. Yes. npm install development. Light's going dead. Oh, it's warm in here. Oh. Well, I hope everybody's having a good night and this is a good distraction from what's going on. I'll probably do a follow-up video soon about the situation with people with respiratory conditions. Because I kind of like made that video before, so hopefully everybody is doing well, and that everyone's staying safe and doing the sensible thing and staying indoors so that we can beat this thing. But in the meantime, tune in and watch us do some programming. like Inception. So right now I'm just trying to integrate the Svelte processor into the app so that we can get CSS to parse correctly. I wonder if it'll also solve my images not rendering properly. Image tags not rendering correctly problem. We'll see anyway. Oh. My computer could really do with some more CPU cycles right now. Hey. Okie doke. I wondered when the screen changed. I think I'm going to do the same thing and put something in the microwave. So. Hey folks, so I'm just gonna get something to eat. Leave the stream on there. Why not? Still waiting for this. Oh, it's finished. Okay, well let's have a look at this before I go on lunch. Lunch? Oh. Oh, something's happening. See, dude. I see a pot or something. Well, the only thing I can offer up is a stress relief ball in the shape of the Walter White's face. Yeah. Yep, that's a good idea. We'll do that. Yeah, yeah. I'll go and get something to eat then. I will mute myself. Hey, I'm back again. I'm just gonna eat as well, so
Welcome back! Yay!
yeah.
It's just this webcam is kind of busted.
So what we're gonna do is use a soft brush and kind of smooth that out. It's still gonna be a very weirdly shaped hand because I can't draw hands. Something, I don't know. Whee! Just kind of. I am so bad at drawing hands, but it's okay because this is a weird game. I don't know. I can always keep updating things. Now, like, I don't know, I get kind of need to cough after I eat food. Don't Touch Your Face HD Remastered Arcade Championship Edition featuring Dante from Devil May Cry and Knuckles. Be able to play as all the characters, because everyone needs to not touch their face. Yeah, this hand really. I mean, we could look up a hand drawing reference. I don't need it to be perfect. I am not this talented. Let's I don't know, get rid of this part. So I did buy a book on hand and foot anatomy to try to get better at drawing those. And just general body anatomy too. But specifically, one's for bodies in general, one's specifically for hands and feet. So, let's see. But I have not gone through them yet. Here, let me do, here's the pinky. Let me know if you can hear the background noise, and I'll close the door. It's so weird. I feel like the spaces need to be longer. Oh, you can only hear the background sound, Mike? Am I inaudible? Because it's showing the microphone is recording. Let me open up my stream on my phone too. I can hear myself on the stream. Let's see, we're gonna use... I don't know. Oh, okay, sorry. I also don't know how to shade very well, so we're just, you know... I just want it to not be like a solid color. And of course this arm is very long, which is exactly how I want it. Can use this too. I'm just gonna... I don't know, it's dark in this room, I can't look at my hand. It's dark on one side and light on the other side because I have one window in here. Well, I have two windows, but I'm closer to one window. We're just gonna make this and like clean it up as we go. Someone's gonna like tune in while I'm like down here and be like, what are you drawing? I am drawing a hand. What are you drawing? I'm gonna do smudge. Smudge these colors together. This is not the tools I would use if I wanted to make something that actually looked good. But I'm going for a certain aesthetic. That needs to be adjusted, there's too much light. was thinking of doing some RPG makering as well. I do really enjoy playing with RPG Maker. I just don't know, like, I don't have an idea for, like, a topic or anything to make a thing about. So it's gonna have this weird aura around the hand. Monster hand. But if I don't know, does RPG Maker run on Linux? I might have to play with that for my gaming computer in the other room. That reminds me, I also need to look at if Streamlabs works in Linux. Dawn's Adventures. Oh yeah. I used to be on what was the frickin' what's his name? There's a dude who made his whole aesthetic like Super Saiyans. And he had a message board, and Don Miguel used to be on that message board. And this was back in the day when we all had the ACMLM message boards, not PHPBB boards. And it was just like this one dude who wrote this message board out of PHP, but it was like so fancy. I don't remember the name of that dude, but he used to also make RPG Maker games. Are there any Akalimulum boards anymore? I forgot the names of the places I used to hang out at. It's a shame. Like, Illusionary World message board? I think that was the name. And it had, like, RPG Maker, or not, it had Legend of Mana sprites as, like, stuff. It was so cool. Is this, like, the last remaining board or something? But they were pretty cool. Yeah, this is like that style. And RPG Maker Saiyan Dude style game. I don't remember his name at all. This is just bringing back remembrances. I am not going to find anything looking for RPG Maker Super Saiyans. But that guy used to make RPG Maker games, and then Don Miguel was on his board, and I don't remember the name of the dude, his username. I don't remember his real name either. I don't remember anything. But Illusionary World, I think, is the name of the message board in particular I see frequent, and I had made quite a few online friends from there as well.
I'm back.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you? How was your food?
Yeah, food was good, and I'm good. How was your food?
I had a very tasty sandwich.
Nice. A bit late here, so I had chicken and bacon pasta.
That sounds fancy.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I'm just drawing hands.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen. That's Shaden.
This is not the way you're supposed to shade things, but you know, it's yeah.
Well, my app's broken for some unknown reason at the moment, so I'm trying to figure that out.
Why did you break your app?
Don't know.
That actually.
Hmm?
Sorry. I'm like trying to coordinate everything. Someone in my chat said that there was a message board where they were all working on an RPG Maker game together, and they'd like chain like who works on stuff at a time and just like pass it off.
Oh wow, that's kind of interesting.
Oops.
Hey, the hand's starting to look pretty good.
I'm hoping it'll look really terrifying.
It's got kind of like it gives me kind of like theme hospital vibes, you know, like the CGI.
Oh yeah, like that soft CGI style.
Yeah. So I'm a little bit unresponsive at the moment because I added a preprocessor to my belt configuration and it's completely broken everything. So I'm just trying to get back to a point where everything works as intended. Wow, they look pretty good.
Gonna try to test it in the game now.
Awesome. You've got my attention because my installs have just like run to a halt. I think my computer wants CPU cycles that don't exist.
What are you installing?
Hey, just my NPM dependencies. They're just something's gone wrong, so I'm just regressing everything.
Here we go. Oh, I should have made this hand going the opposite way because you don't touch your face with the palm.
Oh well. Maybe you could just keep it for comedic effect. That's awesome. These installs are taking forever. I don't even know what's wrong with this. It was working before and then it just stopped working. It's frustrating. Good save.
Yeah, just trying to adjust these. These hands are so bad.
I'm sure they'll turn out in the end. Human hands aren't perfect anyway, so...
When you draw them bad, they look real bad.
To my potential audience, I'm very sorry for not really doing anything at the moment. I'm literally waiting for NPM to install. That the thing I need to test is...
So now I'm going to work on the faces to make them equally scary.
Well, I'm pretty much just watching your stream at the moment rather than watching your progress, because this is not doing anything, it's just gone idle. I'm almost half tempted to stop streaming for a while anyway, and just watch your stream.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to just like work on a face for a little bit, and then after that, probably just go do laundry and stuff.
Okie doke. I think I'm gonna like call it now just because this is running really slow and I need some more CPU cycles. But I'll keep watching. I mean, I'll probably stick on Discord as well. Actually, we'll do that. So
Yeah, you can keep chatting.
cool.
We should just have a group Discord or something, and maybe like one of us stream at a time, and I don't know, the other of us can work in the background or something, and just like show off. Just have a group chat.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna end stream anyway. There's been some upsides and some downsides in this. Try and refine the format a little bit. Maybe use a slightly more powerful machine to do all this. Maybe split it off onto two machines rather than trying to do the broadcasting and the programming on the same machine. But thanks for anybody who's joined in, and hopefully it's been some fun. I've enjoyed giving it a go. So anyway, I'm gonna stop streaming now and just watch Rach